Hello. Okay, so I'm quite behind on this jam game. But I think it's just because I wasn't feeling inspired enough. Like maybe the idea wasn't really clicking with me. But I've discussed it with the team, and I think like I'm liking the visual direction we're taking. So I think that'll act as a motivational factor. In the meantime, I've built a grid system, and I've set up some of the basic like elements, but there's nothing visual in game yet. Hold on, let me just share my screen. So you see I've created a scriptable object for the levels, and the level here has a matrix that allows me to set up the grid. And each one of these here is a tile, and tiles are also scriptable objects. So I have ground for one as an example, and all you can do is set whether or not it's an obstacle, and you can assign it a prefab. So the game will on load will take the level, loop through the grid, and then generate the prefabs of the tiles. So I'm thinking of going with a like a conceptual aesthetic where the tiles are kind of floating in the nether and they're like slightly separated from each other, just so you can like distinguish the size of the tiles in the grid rather than having to draw lines on the surface. Let me just set up the... I don't like this default sky. Like, I never use it. Nope. Where's the lighting? Lighting. Put that here. Let's change that skybox to night or day. Let's go with night. And the shadow color will be maybe like a dark purple, like so. And I don't think we need fog. The directional light, you can change that color to maybe like a pink, like a reddish, a light reddish pink, like that, just to kind of match the sky a little bit. Okay. Oh, I also want to assign some hard shadows to the light, just because I think aesthetically that looks nicer and potent. Okay. So I believe, yeah, the sky rotates. That's nice. Okay. Hey, thanks. How's the progress on yours? Did you end up working on it last night? Ignore the for loop inside the for loop. Oh, sweet. movement, wings. Oh, I see. Hey, Tadeo. I see. I see. So, yeah, that fits the theme. Good job. Okay. I struggled a long time to figure out how to implement the theme. I don't know why. Okay, so let's see. This is... Okay. Yeah, that's the issue. And I don't want to do something where players will intentionally try to fail, because then if it's a main game mechanic, then it doesn't feel like failure anymore. Like intentionally jumping in the spikes just is the same as intentionally going towards the flag, like it doesn't feel like failure. So that's why I kind of took so long to figure out a way to implement it. Did not mean to do that. Create just a cube, just to test, and then and now in the tiles object, I'm just gonna assign the tile prefab, and let's create the grid manager. Oops. And give it the first level. The one thing I'm missing is the prefab needs to have a tile controller on it. And also I don't need... oh, I'll keep the collider. Okay. Well, let's see if the tile actually gets generated. Nice, thanks. Hey, a grid! I mean, it's not perfect, but there we go. Here are all the tiles. That's literally the worst way to handle this kind of tile system, but it's a game jam game. Okay, now I want to offset them a little so there's some space between them. And I think instead of mathematically doing that, I'm just gonna actually just put the space inside the tile, or like I create a cube. Whoops! I create a cube inside it, and I just make it slightly smaller. Like so. And now I delete the okay, there we go. Nice. Awesome. Well then, I look forward to playing yours and rating it as well. It's always cool to see like people create something interesting for the first Game Jam game. Well, the lighting is all like glitchy, but that's fine. I'll fix that later. Well, there we go. We've got a tile. We've got a grid. Good enough. Now I'm gonna place units and then the interactions. And the UI for the cards. Or should the cards be like in physical space? Oh, we'll see. The one thing though is I want the camera to be angled. Oh yeah, yeah, it's as big as my head. Need that coffee to make it through. Okay. Let's go 10 up. Oh, I lost it. Oh, okay. So, no, this one, yes. 45. And then this one. Oh boy, no. Yes. Maybe if we make it orthographic instead. Let's just move it like that. Okay. So this is minus 10, 10, and then minus 5. Yep. So do we want it to be like orthographic like that, or should I go with the perspective? Yeah, I think I'll go with perspective and keep it at a 30 FOV just so it feels a little tighter. So let's copy that component, paste, and then set this to 30. Okay. I'm in Montreal, Canada. Tons of snow outside. Okay, so generating tiles, and then once that's done, so what I want to do is instead of calling that here, I'm gonna call that in the game. So it should be private. Hold on. Sorry, I'm communicating with the team on Discord, so um oh wow. So it's, well, you know, I guess I'm used to the snow at this point. Um After so many years of being here. For a little while I lived in Edmonton, and over there it's even colder because it's farther north. So I mean, it's, if I want to be in Canada, it's either this or worse, unless you're in Vancouver, but living there is expensive. Um, okay, back to work. So what do I want here? I want to start the level. Then set up the units. No, assign the cards, and then set up the units. Okay, so we do grid dot no grid dot instance dot generate tiles. Then no, I don't have anything to manage the player here. Just because I have a player controller here. How do I want to handle this? Let's do player. This will be assistant. Okay. We'll do a setup, and the setup is the initial drawing of the cards. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna set up the number of cards to begin with. Unit cards start. And action cards at start. And I think I had a max cards on screen here, so I'm gonna change this and put it. Yeah, put it here. And I also want to assign So this always draws action cards. So I'm gonna take this and let's remove that. And this is gonna be the units first, and then the action. Okay. I believe this returns the list. Yeah, it does. Okay, so I guess I should just call it here directly. I'm working with a team. I have an illustrator, a 3D modeler, and a composer. All very talented. Yeah, I did that for my because I'm doing one game jam every month. So the January one I soloed, and the February one, this one counts as the March one, even though technically it's not March yet. But the February one I soloed everything except for the music. So the composer from that jam is joining me again for this one. And this time I have also an illustrator and a modeler, so I don't have to worry too much about the visuals, which is nice. I think what I'm gonna do instead is this. Like that. And then if count not equals 0, there we go. That should do it. So now in the begin turn, I just gotta do a type action, and in the setup I gotta call this twice, once for the units with the managers dot player dot instance dot oh, hold on, let's change this back to public. And this is the unit cards at start. Action, and then action cards at start. So they'll just pop up, they won't be like animated yet, but hopefully yeah, that's good enough for now. Instantiate the the player prefab here. There we go. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's put a space here. Okay, now the setup has to be called by the game. So this generates the tiles, and then we do player instance dot. Oh, shoot! I made a mistake. This has to be public, and this has to be private. This will be hide in inspector because we don't need it. Now here we do player dot setup. Grid setup player cards. And now we should do the same. For setting up the units. So my list of cards here is private. Let's change that. So we'll loop through the cards, and then if card dot oh whoops, card dot card type equal action, then we skip, and if it's a unit, then we instantiate the unit. So what I should do is assign a prefab to the cards for the units. So let's comment that out real quick. Now we do public unit, unit, and I'll make that appear like show if how do we do that again? Hold on. I use Odin Inspector for my custom inspector elements. So what I want is I want to show if this. This is what I want. Okay. Card type is card type dot unit. And this should be on. Oh, how do I assign the tiles? Should it just always be like the starting row? Yeah, I think I'll do that. So this is X. So it would be vector new vector. Okay, and now I just have to set up the X and Y. So I think Y will always, no, X will always be 0. And Y is the one that increments. So I'm gonna set it in the center, so let's start it at 1, because I know it's a 6x6 grid. Maybe the grid sizes will vary depending on the level. Okay. I'll have to figure that out later. For now, so what we do is get component unit. And we just have to assign the slot index, which doesn't make sense. Ah, shoot. Let's just do that for now. And then I also have to assign the health, which should be the card.unit.max health. Maybe it would make more sense to just assign the whole object, so then I can access the properties. Yeah. Okay, for now this is fine. The one thing is that they have to be above the tiles, so let's add a 1 to the y-axis. I also have to differentiate whether or not it's a player unit or a card or an enemy unit. Okay. So for now, let's just see. Let's create a sphere, make it, let's make it smaller. Let's assign it a unit controller. And now add this to the prefabs. Objects. I don't have unit or card objects yet, so basic unit. I don't know if we make this a unit. Just move that to here. Let's create a new unit. Basic. This is a type land, has 3 health maybe, and let's give it the unit prefab. And now let's assign it to that card. and then we need to create the deck manager as well as the player manager. So this one will have player yeah. No. Okay, so the action deck, I don't have any, and the unit deck. Create a basic action. This is move and on and attack. Okay. For the basic actions, let's assign these. So this is move, run, and attack. And I have my units here. I should create a card prefab. So let's just create a quad. It doesn't matter. Assign the card. Rename this to card. Okay. And also we'll create an empty object for the player and assign it the player controller, and then back here let's assign it a about this one. Okay, so now the player manager has the player prefab here. Am I forgetting anything? Yes, the game manager. Oops. Okay. Okay, so I've got my grid, but it looks like there was an issue in the game manager at line 13. Okay. So maybe I should do this as a coroutine. Just because, oh, yeah, it's because the player wasn't assigned yet when it was called here. Okay, yeah, I guess I can do that as a coroutine. Well, then we generate the tiles. Then we do yield, do a new weight for end of frame, and then we set up the player. That should do. So it's like the cards were instantiated, they're all there, but the unit was not instantiated. Yep. I'm not sure why. So this sets up the draw cards. Oh, I never call this. Okay. Yeah, that's why. So we go back to game. We wait for the end of frame again. Then we do player.instance.setup units. Oh, I think if the tile is an obstacle, I should also assign a prefab object to place on top. Okay, well, we've got units. And why is the light flickering like this? Hold on. Let's create a lighting settings. What is the quality? Let's see, so let's get rid of all this. Let's open up Discord so I can send that. These are some of the units we're coming up with. I quite like this one. It's kind of funny. Okay. So let me move this out of the way. I think my favorite one is the one I did with the Brackies Jam, which is the Pied Piper game. It's not playable right now, but I can just go to the game. This one. This is how the gameplay works. So you control a flute, and the rats can shapeshift into different objects depending on what song you play. And each level is something like drastically different because you're traveling through space and time. And I really like the aesthetic I came up with for it. So these are my actual hands that I filmed in front of a green screen and then processed frame by frame in Photoshop. But I had 7 days to do it, so that gave me more time to do all this kind of stuff. Yeah. But I mean, you know, some of them they can't all be like hits, you know. I feel like this one might be it didn't quite, the concept didn't click with me, just because I know that creating like a strategy, turn-based strategy game is usually like requires a lot of depth and balancing and mechanics, and I won't have enough time to do all that. So I feel like it'll probably just end up being like basic movement and attacks. But I mean, a game's a game. Yeah, thanks. I was forced to think of different approach for the visuals because I didn't have like an artist working with me, and I'm not one. So I figured, well, if I can't draw things or model things, I'll just take like pictures of real things and put them in the game. Yeah, exactly. Just, you know, I got a game done. That's what counts. Okay, so I've got my units set up. Now I have to, before I forget, I want to add here a show if is obstacle, and then I'll put public game object obstacle prefab. Okay. So I think, yeah, what I'll do is I'll assign the tile, and then in the in the void start, I'll check like if tile is obstacle, create obstacle, and this can be a private method. Whoops. And then what I want to do here is instantiate tile.obstacle prefab on the position plus vector 3.up, so that goes on top of the tile, and the identity rotation. Yeah, I think that'll do. Now I have to assign the units. So doing it this way is bad. I don't like this idea. Using the slot index. So I think what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna assign the unit to the card directly. So I don't have to worry about any of this. And then when it dies, I'll just I'd cast an event. How will... Maybe I just won't use events and I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Just like add dependencies. Yeah. Let's check what the team's saying. And the color board, there's nothing in it, so let's add this is dev. This is dev. This is dev. We're performing actions. So this should be grid-based movement. Yeah, pretty much. If you want, you can, like, if you're working on your game right now, I'd love to see, like, work in progress as you go. So feel free to post screenshots of that on Discord or in the chat somehow. I don't know if you put the screenshots on images or something, or whatever you feel. Like when you talk about Icarus, the first thing that comes to mind is Kid Icarus. So like I'm having a hard time visualizing a visual style that is different than Kid Icarus. So I'm curious to see what you end up doing with it. If anything, you can. There's this game jam called the Cease and Desist jam, where participants create Nintendo fan games or Nintendo remakes, and the first game to receive a cease and desist letter from Nintendo wins the jam. It's so stupid because they send out those letters like regularly to fan game creators. So you could like reskin your game to be like a Kid Icarus fan game and then see if you get that letter. Okay, so let's assign the unit here. So it'll be, this is optional. Oh, but Yaz Revenge isn't by Nintendo, is it? I thought it was an Atari game. Or like, I don't know who owns that. Yaz Revenge. Isn't it Activision or something? Okay, Atari, I guess. Okay, so how would I handle that? Maybe I just assign the yeah, I think I'll just assign the card to it here, and instead of doing a delegate action, I'll just do card dot discard. Why isn't this showing up when I type? Oh, there we go. And obviously to do animate death, then move. Well, I want to assign a X and Y. And I also want to I want to calculate a grid of all the possible movements. Yeah, maybe. How would I handle that? I guess it can be just a list. And this will be int like that. Okay, well, clearly that's not the right approach. Maybe I'll just return a list of the tiles, like all the valid tiles. Yeah, that might work better. And steps. So depending on the number of tiles you can move, so if you use the move card or the move action, that's just one step. But if you use the run action, then that's two. And if there's obstacles, I want to make sure you can't walk through them. and you can't move diagonally. Let's start. So for each step, I think I'll assign an active tile that would indicate the position. So position. And I think the tile here, I should assign it a X and Y. So what I do is I add first I have to get the tiles. So tile equals grid dot oops, no, it's managers dot grid dot instance. The tiles are not public. Okay. So now tiles. Position X. One position Y plus 1. Hold on. I think I'm doing something wrong here. So I've got oh, that's right. This should be inside an additional set of brackets. Oh, did you look up the one on the 3DS or the original NES one? Because the one I was visualizing was the NES one. Okay, yeah, you probably got like the modern graphic stuff. But yeah, it's none of this. The one I was thinking of was this one on the NES. So it looked like this, which is not the same. Oh, you saw both. Okay, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, it does look like Cupid. I think they also gave him like um, arrows, and the arrows kind of look like hearts. Um, so I think maybe like there was a miscommunication when the game was originally created, where they confused like Icarus and Cupid. Let me see. Like in the NES one. Oh no, his arrows are just regular arrows. Hmm. Yeah, whatever. Hmm. Yeah, I know the original myth. Yeah, and the twist you're giving it is that the wax is something you actually use. I'm curious to see how you use the wax like as a game mechanic, but uh, I'm not gonna spoil myself. Just don't tell me. Just show it to me when you do it. Um, okay, back to work. So I'm gonna look up how other people handled like grid movement, just because I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Like I know there's systems that exist for that, and there's even some stuff in the asset store for that, but I don't want to overkill, I just want to do it like in a very simplistic fashion without having to implement like A-star pathfinding or anything like that. In the simple grid movement. Okay. Look at that, see? Simple script. So let's read through it and see what that does. Oh, this is not for like strategy turn-based movement. This is like actually like moving on a grid. Yeah. Let's see what else is here though. No. I don't want that. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's try something different. So we've got the tiles here. Maybe I should loop. Yeah, loop through the tiles. Values. And one thing I forgot to assign is here. Tile.x is x and tile.y is y. Also, there seems to be an issue here. Yeah, slot index, I don't use that anymore. So let's get rid of that. But I do use the card, which should be yeah, should be this. Okay. So now tile. If it is an obstacle, we continue. Otherwise, if tile dot So what I want to do is check the x and y, increment it and decrement it. One, check every variation of that. So how would I How do I handle that? I'm gonna have to use a paper calculation for that. Okay. So instead of doing this, I want to start at steps and then go down from there. So let's say we're starting at 2. So that'll be 2, 0. Obviously 0, 0, 0, 2, 2, 2, then minus 2, 0, 0, minus 2, then minus 2, minus 2. So this is 2, 0, 0, 2. That's the thing, I can't allow for diagonal movement. Ah. 'Yeah, so maybe we'll do something like this. And then once again, I put a 4 inside of 4. And comment this out. So now the one thing is I want it to be larger than minus steps. Okay. So now if x equals y, because I don't want diagonal movement. Yeah, I think this might work. So let's just test this. I'll do is options.add. Get no fine. This is XY. No, it's not XY. What it is it's the current position minus X or plus X and plus Y. So new position equals new int. How am I storing these? Because I have an int here. New int. Yeah, okay. I thought I was using a 2D array, but I guess I'm not. So now I do position dot x plus x and position dot y plus y. That's the new position to check for, and then I do that. So instead of adding it directly, though, I have to check if it actually exists. So if was it as no key contains key. There we go. The position does not contain key. Continue. And then we add that to the array. There we go. Actually, one last thing we have to check is if it's an obstacle. That's the thing, if it's an obstacle, you can't go through it. Options dot contains, just do like new tile equals this, just so I don't have to keep calling it over and over. So if the option already contains new tile, we skip. If new tile dot is obstacle, skip. Now the issue here is that how would I stop the check for obstacles? So if I have this one here as an obstacle. I shouldn't be able to calculate. So this one here is 1, 0. Or, oh yeah, 0, 0, that's the same, okay. So if 1, 0 is an obstacle, that means I cannot calculate 1, 1, or 1, minus 1, or 1, 2. But if the obstacle is on 0, 1, then I can't calculate minus 1, 1, 1, 1, and 0, 2. Also 1, 1 is equal here, so I have to, if x equals steps, actually, hold on, math f dot absolute x equals steps, and so if it's at the edge like 2, 2, yeah, then we can't do diagonal movements like that. No, that doesn't make sense, because what if we have 2, 1, which means you've moved 3 steps. Maybe it should be the sum. If you add up x and y, if its absolute value is larger than the number of steps. Yeah, actually that might make sense. Let's see. F dot absolute x plus y larger than steps. Hold on. So let's test that theory. So I have a grid here. So I'm at 0, 0. So if we can move by 2 steps, that's 1, 0, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1, minus 1, 1, 1. 0, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, 0, minus 2, 0, 1, 0, 2, minus 1, 1, minus 1, 0, minus 2, 0. Okay, so that's technically all the direction you're supposed to be able to move. But now, because of the equation here, and because of the loops, we can also do 1, 1, we can do 2, 2, we can do, oh, let me use a different color for that. 2, 2, 1, 2 minus 1, 2 minus 2, 1 minus 2, minus 1 minus 2. So all these values together are adding up to 3. Right? Yeah. 1, 2, minus 1, 2, minus 2, 2, minus 2, 1, minus 2, minus 1, minus 2, minus 2. Yeah, I think that was the... Hey, Philip. So far, not much, just I'm calculating grid movement. If I... Hold on, this might break, but if I press play... There we go. We have a grid. We have the units. The units are going to be able to move on the grid. And that's about it for now. I will... wait, how come these are positioned here? They should be on the other side. Zero, 0. Oh, whoops. Okay. -3, -4, -5. What's this negative? This one is 0, 5, so this one should be 0. Was it -5, 5? Anyway, not relevant. The game idea is it's turn-based strategy movement, like a combat. So you move your units on the tile, but you have 6 slots at the bottom, and 4 of them are taken up by units, and then you get 2 actions, and they're represented by cards. So when on each turn you get to use both actions or discard them, and then every turn you get 2 new actions to choose from. And you apply the actions on the units. Like you have a move action, you can choose which unit you want to move, and that unit will move. But when a unit dies, its card is taken off the slot. So now you have 3 empty slots instead of 2, and those ones get filled with actions. So the less units you have on the field, the more actions you get to do per turn. So that's how we're implementing the failure is progress. Because like, yeah, just because your unit died doesn't necessarily mean you're losing. It just means that the gameplay changes. You get more actions to choose from per turn. And that's it. It's very simple. And we only have like 1 day. And how much time left? Let me check the timer here. Oh, the timer isn't up to date. Let me update that. Let's see how much time is left. 1 day, 17 hours, 44 minutes. There we go. Yeah. So that's why we're keeping it very simple, because we don't have much time left. But here's some of the so the players that you control are cans. So here's some of the concepts. Like there'll be this crushed one that has wings, so it can fly. And there's gonna be like this guy, this guy, and the enemies are bottles. So we have like the canned ones, I mean the glass ones and the plastic ones. And here's some concept art, like bonk. So stupid. Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. Hold on. Not Pepper, dude. It's a Pepper. Like this. But yeah. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, it'll be very simple in gameplay, but hopefully like the aesthetic is funny enough that it'll attract a bit of attention. Yeah. So let's see, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was checking. So I was checking for the obstacles. Now let's say let's say 1-0 is an obstacle. So how do we prevent the calculation of the next ones? And I don't even know. Like I can do it in the y-axis here, where like if if x is an obstacle, then like big, right? So then it'll stop going down that line. But the issue is that I'm starting, like, what about the negative movements? You know, maybe I should calculate those separately. So I do one check on the positive direction and then one check in the negative direction. Actually, yeah. Let's just do that. So x is 0. And if it is smaller than steps. And I hate doing like fucking for loops, but desperate times, desperate measures, right? So if I'm just gonna skip if it's 0 because it's pointless to add the tile that you're already on. And then here, if is obstacle, break. So that means let me think. So now if, let's say x is 1 and y is 0, and that one's an obstacle, then we stop. So that means we won't check 1, 1, we won't check 1, 0, but the issue is the 2, 0. No. 1. Oh my god, why is this so complicated? The issue here is that if you move by one tile, then from that tile you can only move on the positive axis, so either up or right, but you can't go down because this doesn't account for that. It starts at 0 and counts up. So So maybe the y-axis should start at negative steps and go up. So the first calculation will be for the 2-step movement. The first calculation will be 0 minus 2. And then if that's an obstacle, it breaks. So then we go to 1 minus 2, which is 3 on the absolute, so that'll skip. Okay, that's working out fine. So now let's say the issue here is if 0 minus 1 is an obstacle, then we have to remove the previously added 0 minus 2. Man, I'm completely stumped with this. Maybe I should just start at... Maybe though I'm approaching this wrong. Maybe instead of considering all the steps, I should just consider the first step and then calculate movement from that first step individually. Yeah. So that would be okay, so let's try to separate calculate step, and then it's one step from X and Y. Yeah, that's what I'll do. So first thing we do is we check if we get the new position, check if that step actually, well, we assume the step exists because this is being called. Well, no, I have to assume that. We return. Do that. Hey Dmitry, how's it going? And here we have to check if it's an obstacle. It's an obstacle, then we return the empty options. And if it's not an obstacle, then we add the option and then we go further if necessary. So we'll add here depth was 0, and then we'll do if depth larger than 0. First off, we have to add the new tile, and then we have to add This is returning a list because I'm trying to explore every x and y direction from that step. So what we want to do is if not equals to 0, then we add it. Then we return. So instead, maybe instead of returning a list, yeah, okay. Yeah, and then we call calculate step again with xy and depth -1. Honestly, I'm just gonna do it manually, like just like this. Right? So now we do, instead of that, because that's the worst way to do it, we'll just return options, and then I'll add the calculation down here instead. Progress is okay. I'm a little behind, but I'm catching up. Hold on, let me check on the. Okay. Yeah, so if it's an obstacle, it won't calculate the next step down. Yeah, that might be the best way to do it. Let's just see how that looks. So if we do calculate moves, and then we do we start at 0 and we add the steps -1. No, we add the steps. My bad. Then what'll happen here is it'll check if the value currently on is 0. If it is, it won't add it. But depth is 1, so it'll calculate each individual one. So now let's say depth is 2. What happens is it'll calculate, let's say, that one. And then if that one is not an obstacle, it'll calculate the next ones, but also the previous one. Which is an issue because then I'm adding duplicates. So instead of doing options here, just gonna be void. I will set up the movements here instead. So public this style, possible moves, this new list tile. And then what happens here is this gets reset. And then we add, let's remove all these. remove all these. None of this. And possible moves contains new tile. Then we add it, so now we no longer have duplicates. So I think this might work. So what I'm gonna do here is I will serialize this. And I'll calculate the moves on initialization just to see if it actually calculates correctly. Oh, actually, you know what? I'll just add a button. Thank you, Odin Inspector. Okay, let's test it. Let's see if the... Oh, I also want to change the way the grid is generated, because it seems like it's... It's because of this. I used left instead of right. Okay, let's see how this looks. Okay, well the units are there. The lighting is still flickering, but that's okay. Now what I want to do is I want to take a unit and I want to click on calculate moves. Oh, I forgot to assign the position. Okay. Okay. Game. Set up units here. Unit dot position equals how would I get that from the X and Y position? So I'll do a grid dot instance dot tiles and then new int xy dot tile. Nope. Yes, there we go. Okay. Yes, you get to see me browse my Discord channels. Let's see what the other devs are up to. Oh, this guy's doing a cat game. That's good. I noticed a lot more people are doing 2D games than 3D games. Oh, that's adorable. This looks good. Okay. A stealth game where you have to get caught. That's funny. Okay. Cool. So now let's see. And what the hell is this song? Okay. Well, it looks like there was an issue spawning the units, and it looks like it might be because of the Y direction. Manages player line 35. Okay. Player line 35. Oh no, it's because of this. Oh. Why does this not exist? What if we did I've got the tiles here and they've been added using XY. Okay, let's print out. Oh no, we know it starts at 0, 1. And the first tile is 0, 0. Then the next tile is 0, 1. So that should technically exist. Okay, I'm gonna play again, watch the errors show up, and I'll check the grid that was generated. Was my grid manager? I did not make the grid public. Okay. I mean, I did, but it's not serialized. Okay, still not showing up here, so I guess it's because I'm using a regular dictionary. So let's just create a let's create a, what did I already did one somewhere, a serialized dictionary. Maybe not. I guess not. Okay. So this, let's do, this should be serialize. Hold on. Actually, I've done this before, so let's just go copy that on my other game. Library. I know I've written one. Ah, here's one. Just simpler. Okay, so this will be a tile dictionary. Let's go with grid tile dictionary. Yes, let's include this. And Let's just copy that. Yeah. So now public create tile dictionary tiles is new. There we go. Now it should pop up here. There it is. So now let's test it out and see. Okay. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 4, 1, 5, 2, 0. So I have 0, 1 here, but do I have 1, 0? Where is that one? I should have made this searchable. Oh well. One zero. Thank you. Like I said, not much visually yet, but just building the systems. Okay, so 0, 1 is here and 1, 0 are here. So why does it say given key not present in the dictionary? So let's print out hold on, I've got the wrong here. Yeah, okay, so this one here, we'll do key, and then we'll do bar key equals this, and then we'll debug log key. Okay, and let's see if that prints out correctly. Of course it doesn't show the values. Okay, hold on. Key. Let's just do debug log x and y. Okay, so 0, 1. We know 0, 1 exists because it's here. So why is it not finding it? Why is it not finding it? Let's see, maybe there's a different way to fetch it. I could loop through it. Let's go to Google for this. Unity find in dictionary based on array key. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Well, I don't need this to be a serialized dictionary anymore. So let's just comment this out for now. Let me do slash field public dictionary int, and then file. Do this, but instead we'll pass it this. That's interesting. Now I can do comparer, and this takes the key what does this return, a boolean or a... man, I have no idea how this works. Okay. So if I just call tiles key, that might just work. Let's see. Please work. Nope. Okay, so I can't cast it to a... okay. Well, looks like I'm taking the old-fashioned route and just looping through it. This will mean that I'll have issues with the movement calculation. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I might do that. So let's create a model. No, it's not a model. What would it be? It would just be a I do a and yeah, like that. That might work. So here, instead of having the key be ints, I just do new tuple, and then x and y. And I use that same system. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. X and y. And let's do the same thing here. Oh, I wrote a thing for that already. Okay, let's use that then. Get tile at xy. And then here, instead of doing this, we'll do we'll do that, and we'll do if new tile not equals null. Oh no, equals. If it's null, then we return. That means it doesn't exist. In which case I have to change this to make sure it returns null. So we'll do if tiles contains key point. Return this, otherwise return null. And this, I think I have to do that. Yeah, it can be null. Okay. And in fact, I'd rather negate this, because that's just cleaner. No. Nice. Okay, now we check the unit. So let's go with this one. And let's see if we can calculate the moves. Possible moves. So that one, that one. Well, that doesn't add up. Nope. That does not add up. So technically this one can move to here or here. It should only be able to move here for one step. So I think I'm starting at 0 and I'm not adding the the current position of the unit. That's probably the issue. So let's see, yeah, look at that, get tile at X and Y. So what I want here instead is position dot x plus x and position dot y plus y. Yeah. Now I realize that if there's already a unit on the tile, we shouldn't be able to move to it either. And that I'm not sure how to do without just looping through all the units in the game. Looping through all the units in the game on every move for each unit. There's 8 units. That's 8 times 7 because it doesn't count itself. That's 56 calculations per turn. It's a bit heavy. Because we're already doing like 5 method calls per unit per check, so that would be 56 times 5, 280 method calls per turn in one frame. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I can assign the unit to the tile when it's on it. Yeah, I could do that. Let's go with public unit on tile, and this can be null. Here, so when we set up the units, unit dot position dot unit on tile equals the unit. Yeah, and then in the unit calculation, if new tile dot unit on tile not equals null, that's, yeah, that could work. Yeah. Now, can you move through units? If you can, in which case I should be able. No, I think I'll make it so you can't move through units for now, and I'll see how that plays. Now I'll do a 5-bit. It's more selected. So when it's selected, I want to highlight all the possible moves just to see how that looks. So let's do a if possible moves dot not equal equals 0, return, but otherwise we loop through each. Got a typo here. Draw let's just draw a cube on the tile dot. Wait, what's the parameters for this? Center and then dimensions. So we do new 3 tile dot x 0 tile dot y, and then this is 1, and let's change the color to let's do blue. This should be vector 3.1. Yeah. Now the one thing is that no, okay, so that should work. So let's test it. Let's calculate the moves. Let's just do one step. Okay, well, that's not doing anything. Why is that? Let's give it 2 steps. Oh, because the 0 tile has a unit on it. Okay, hold on. See, there's a unit on this tile. So let's do if not equals 0 and so if it is 0, whether or not there's a unit on the tile, it will ignore it. Okay, let's select that tile, that unit. Let's calculate the possible moves. So let's say you can move 2 tiles. So close. Why isn't it going down? So if you can move by 3. Okay. So what's up with this one? Does it think there's a unit on this? No. So what if we did 2 steps on that one? Well, this... What? So I'm doing +1 0. +1 0, -1 0, 0 -1, and 0 +1. Am I not? +1 0, -1 0, 0 -1, 0 +1. Um, let's print out the XY coordinates. Hold on. Print out XY for each check. And then we'll do equals position X, position Y. And this has to be in parentheses. Like so. Yeah, so now if we calculate, so it's 0, 0, which is 0, 2. Let's confirm that 0, 1, 2. That does not add up because that's 0, 0, that's 0, 1, that's 0, 2. Oh, it's checking for that one. No, what? It should be 3. And then minus 1, 2, which doesn't exist. 1, 2. So that's 1, which is here. Why? So 0, 2 is this one for some reason. Oh my god. Maybe I just have the position assignments wrong. This is 0. Oh, so this one is 0, 0. It's going up. Yeah, okay. Let's start over. So then 0, 2, that's here. Okay. Then 1, 2 is that one here. 0, 1 is that one here. Minus 1, 2 is that one. And 0, 3 is that one. So that's right. Now if we say calculate 2, let's clear this. Now here is where the issue lies. So what I'm looking for is 1, 2. So this one is being calculated. We're looping through it, but for some reason it's not being added. I'm not sure why. This one is indeed 1, 2, right? Nope. This one is 1, 1. My bad. 1, 1. It's this one. Okay. Yeah, 1, 1. I'm dumb. Okay, so 1, 1 is being included in the loop, but let's go all the way to here to see which ones are actually being included. And here we'll do, let's just do this, and here we'll print out the actual value just to see if, yeah. Let's do this one because we already know that this one has an issue with 1, 1. Yeah, let's see. So 0, 1, 1, 0 is being, minus 1, 0 is being skipped. 1, 0 is here. We're calculating 0, 0 twice for some reason. I'll have to look into that. 2, 0 is 2, 2. 1 minus 1 is nothing. That's right. 1, 1 is 1, 3. Here it is. 0 minus 1 is being skipped. And 0, oh wait, 0 minus 1 is here, so 1, 1 is being skipped. That's 1, 1. No, it's not. 1 minus 1 is being skipped. That's 1 minus 1. That's the one. So why is this one being skipped? What's up with this tile here specifically? So let's just check the, let's just print debugs if x and y is 1 minus 1, just so I can test that. If so, okay, so hopefully this will give me a bit more of a clearer view on why it's not being added. out of coffee. Okay, so this unit, invoke, nothing. Nothing got printed. So that means it stops here. No. It doesn't stop here. So it skips this. It skips this. Oh. Okay, okay. That's the issue. What I need is the absolute values. So let's do this very simple. If not equals 0 and no. Right, so -1, 1 will be 2. Okay, so that was it. Let's remove all these debug messages. So we take this one, we invoke, yes, we do 3, 4, nice, so let's do that on all of them. Okay. Let's just go with this real quick. Let's stop this. Let's add this here. Right, so now that we know this works, we're gonna I used the do you work on Mac OS or on Windows or Linux? Oh, yeah, on Windows I don't know, because I'm on Mac OS, and like the OS itself by default, if you do Command-Shift-5, it allows you to select like what you want to film. If you do Command-Shift-4, it allows you to select for a screenshot. I think there's an app on Windows called clipper, something like that. Clip tool, that might be it. Snipping tool, that's what it's called. In Windows, you can use snipping tool. I don't know if it lets you film video. I think it's just for screenshots. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, Gyazo. Cool. Okay. Okay, so now I'm out of coffee. Okay, so now if you what's the next step? So I've got movement calculation. And now we have to do if the unit is selected, in order to select a unit, you first have to select an action or card. So let's do select, and you can only select it if the card type is not a unit. So whoops. Nice, really cool. It's 2D, like 2D platforming. For each now the thing here is if a new unit is selected and there was already a previously selected unit, we have to unselect the other one. Yes, it is like you move your units on a grid based on actions you get every turn. Maybe instead of selecting the unit, instead of selecting the unit, you select the tile, because the tile has the unit on it, and that'll make it a lot easier to just use one system for selecting an empty tile, which means you can move there or selecting a tile with a unit. So we'll do selected. And here that way we'll do managers grid instance and select all, and then we select this one. So in grid here we have public void unselect all, there should be values, my bad. So this is style dot is selected equals false. Right, so now we unselect all the selected tiles and select the one you've clicked. Maybe it should be you don't select on the actual grid, but you just select the card at the bottom. No. No. So we can only select if one of the cards is selected. So we'll do okay. So I'm looping through the tiles, and if a card is selected, then we unselect all and select a new one. Yeah, one thing is if you unselect a card, we also have to unselect the tile. So here, do player dot cards. Whoops. Do for each card in player dot cards. And we do card dot selected equals false. Simple. So let's add a UI manager. Okay. So now here, we'll do a canvas group. And by default, the UI will be hidden, That way we can make it fade in after the main menu. I'm gonna import the DoTween project so I can start doing like movement and animations and stuff. DoTween. Tween. Here it is. Oh, sweet. Let me go check. Nice. Oh, cool. So when you go off, hold on. When you go off screen, it generates wax. I see. So like when you're off screen, that means you're too close to the sun. And then the wax falls. That's cool. Recycle tweens, and let's set it up. Okay, cool. So the closer you get, the more wax gets generated. Nice. Okay. Okay. Excuse me. So now the enemies. So how would I set up the enemies? Maybe each level should have a different predetermined set. So I would have to load that from the level object. So let's go update. So I'll do this. Enemy units, new unit, 6x6. Okay, let me see. Thinking for first challenge, have to fly up and get high enough over a specific platform. You have to fall through to break. If you do not get high enough, you will not have enough momentum to fall through platform. Can collect wax again to repair wings. If you fall too far and fast, you die. Maybe have wax fall on enemies to freeze them for a bit. Oh yeah, that's cool. That's a neat idea. Here's another idea. If you have a switch or a button or some kind of plate or something, that opens up a door or a gate, and when you step on the button, the gate opens, but as soon as you step off, it closes. So you have to fly up and drop your wax on it to create enough weight to push the button down so that you can go in through the door without having to stay on the button. Another one would be maybe there's boy, maybe you can pick up wax and create like a candle out of it to make light if you're in a dark area. I don't know, that might be too many mechanics. Yeah. I'll let you know if I think of other stuff. Okay, enemy units. I got that here. Now if I go to game, new public, set up units, and what this will do is it'll fetch the active level. So enemy units equal oh, the level is in the grid. Why did I set it up that way? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Grid. So now we do get active level dot enemy units. So let's add this method here. This is level. So now we have the enemy units. Of our unit in I'm gonna do the same thing as this, but the difference here is I have to find the tile. Yeah, I have to find the tile at that location. Let's do that. So this is enemy units get length, and then get length 1. So we do grid.instance.get tile at xy. And then we add tile unit on tile equals unit. Oh no, whoops. Enemy units xy. Why is this not working? Oh, because this is the object. Okay, we have to actually instantiate the unit. I guess I have to duplicate code, which I don't like doing. Okay, Let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll just have to do it that way. It's okay, it's fine. So we do instantiate unit.prefab. Oops, I mean, hold on. And we add the health. We do not assign a card. And this is unit.max health. Then we assign the position. Then assign the unit to the tile. So this ends up not being used because it's here. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Yep. So that should work. So now we set up the enemy units. So we do enemy.instance.setup units. And I just have to update the level to add some enemy units. So see, this is the grid with the actual tiles. And now let's say here I want to add a unit here, and let's go with a unit here. Got the level. Okay. Let's see what that looks like. How's the camera offset? Oh, whatever. But yeah, here we go. Enemy units. Now we have to select. So if the unit that's on the tile Okay, let's write this down. So there's a couple conditions here for selecting tiles. We have if an action is selected, so you need to have an action selected first. So if an action is selected and a unit is not already selected, okay. If it's not already selected, it selects the unit. If not an enemy unit. And then if there is a unit selected, and the tile you've selected has a unit on it, unit on tile. If there is a unit on that tile, it switches the selection to that new unit. If not, then it performs the action on the tile. Now, a couple more conditions here. When you're switching to a unit, it switches to a unit only if it's one of your own units. If it's an enemy unit, then it attempts to perform the action. And what that means is it checks the action you selected. Is it an attack? If yes, is it within range? If it's a move action, then it does nothing because you can't move on a tile that exists. That has a unit on it. Let's start that. So instead of doing this, we'll split all this up. Let's start by is action selected. This should be a card object. Actually, it should just be a card controller. So if selected, take out of here and assign card. Yeah, that'll do. So next, is unit selected. So we loop through no, it's good. Hold on, let me check that. So So the thing is, units are created, but I have no way of distinguishing which ones are for which. So what I'll do is I could use an enum to change the type, but I think I'll just assign the units directly to the player. Yeah. Player dot units. I'll do unit. So now we get all the units from here. And I do pretty much the exact same thing where I just check the issue is the units don't have whether or not they're selected. It's directly on the tile. So I guess I do have to loop through the tiles instead. I'll have to add an enum to the units. Oops. So this is tile. If tile is selected, unit selected equals tile dot unit on tile, but that's only if okay, so actually if no unit is selected, what we do is we set this tile to selected and we stop. So that's step one. Select unit. Action selected. Okay, is unit selected? No unit selected. Select unit. And here if the unit selected is not the unit on this tile, so unit on tile, then we unselect the one that is selected and then select this one instead. So this is selected equals true, and then we stop. Unit selected. Oh, hold on. And I'm really hungry. I'm having a hard time concentrating. Let's see if a unit is selected. And the unit on tile is not null. And if the unit on tile type are equal unit type, so I have to create a unit type. Hold on. Layer enemy, and then we do public unit type. So now if unit is selected, unit on current tile is also playable unit, switch to this unit instead. Unit, tile has unit tile is for player, unit on tile is for enemy. Perform action on enemy. Now here we have to if attack not move. Now here unit selected and tile has no unit. If action selected card type I should create move actions. Okay, so let's add a action type to this. Movement attack. Action type. And we'll only show this if card type is card type action. Okay. Action selected dot card dot action type equals movement. If tile is in possible moves, move. Unit on tile equals null. Tile has unit. I want to check if the unit type is for the player. Then we select the tile and otherwise nothing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna step away to eat because I'm super hungry. So I'll be right back. Maybe 30 minutes. Okay, so I ate, I made some tea, and I started implementing the input controls. Just very basic, just on fixed update, I check for click or right click. So I'm about to test that. So let's see, click. Nice, nice, it's working. Let's just fix up the camera so that's back to -5 here. Okay. So now if I click on a unit, it says unit. If I click on a tile, it says tile. Yep. Let's try clicking on that card here. No, it's not detecting the card. That's okay. Okay, so let's save the camera position. So first thing I want to do is check for selection and then check for discard, and then private void check for selection. So we'll do that. And check for this card will be this, and this is this card. So but this card has to only function on cards which will be UI elements. So I'm gonna add a layer check, a layer mask. So let's put a max distance of ff.infinity. So this will be layer mask. Name to layer UI. And of course I want to do this. I think that'll work. And here I want to add a layer mask for the tile, but should we be able to click on the unit? I feel like user experience wise, users will want to click on units. So what I'll do is I'll add a mask for selectable. Just to make sure it doesn't by selecting other stuff. And hold on, I've got something here. And I'll add a select on the unit, but all it'll do is call the associated tiles selection. So void select should be position dot select. Now I could create an interface and just call select on the interface. But I don't need to do that, it's fine, it's just two different elements. So I'll just do it directly on the in the here. So I'll do compare tag. Actually, I'll just do get component, and this is controllers.tile equals null. Stop it here, and then I do the hold on. Let's do that first. Oh, that doesn't work? I thought you could do that. Yeah, okay. Now we do the same thing, except it's the unit. Here we'll do tile.select, and then here unit.select. Simple. And then here in the tile selection, I want to put a debug selecting name good enough. I will add that layer. So the cards on the UI. Oh. Cards on the UI already have a layer for UI, so I can't use that here. So instead, let's just check for everything and simply do a check here. Hit collider compare tag selectable. Easy. So I'll just create the tag. In the prefabs, I'll assign will be selectable. Let's create the UI. So this needs to have a canvas group. Let's do that 920 by 1080. Okay, and then this will create a UI manager. I click on a tile. Okay, see if I click on the unit, it selects the tile associated to it, I assume. Fantastic. So if I select a unit, let's see, no unit selected, tile has unit. What I want to do is unit on tile dot calculate moves, but I have to check if the selected action is a move action. Actually, the attack uses the same calculation system, so yeah, I'll just call the method either way. Yeah, okay, so that's step one. So unit on tile is full player, switch to this unit instead. So it selects it and it should also do this. Now, if unit on tile is enemy, check card action type. If action selected, action type equals attack, hold on a minute. My cat. Okay. So if it's an attack, then we can check to see if the tile you've selected is within the attack range. So we've calculated the moves already. So what we do is we check contains this. Yeah. So if contains this, actually we'll just do that instead. So if it is within range, perform attack here. Let's just do a debug log attacking. Okay. So now unselected and tile has no unit. If action type is attack, no, sorry. So we move to this position, so X. So now we do the move. So I'm not gonna do the animation, so do animate move. And then what I'll do is I will position equal move vector 3 x1 y, and then we'll change the position to the new position, which should be found using hold on, e equals, let's do a tuple for xy. Oops, I forgot. Oh, right. Is it like this? God, I keep forgetting. Okay, and then here we do managers dot bid dot instance. Oh, I keep forgetting that I already have a method for that. So xy. So just to test, when we click, since I don't have cards to actually select yet, I'll just make it so that when you click, I'll automatically set the selected action to a move card. So how would I do that? Let's do player.instance. Oh, I am already in player. Cards. No? It's whoops. Player dot cards dot oops. Okay, great. So we're selecting the card. Now let's hope that one of the cards we get is movement. Okay. So let's play. First thing we're checking is the cards that we have. Nice, we have 2 movement cards. So first thing we do is if we select this, nothing happens. Right. Oh, it's that selecting tile. Oh, that's fine, yeah. So if we select this, let's see if it calculated the, no, did not calculate the possible moves. So let's put a bunch of debugs. Um, am I assigning the unit type? Oh, I'm not. That's the issue. Okay. So unit type equals. This one is for the player, and the ones by the enemy are for the enemy. Let's test it now. No action selected. Is that because the cards that spawned were not movement cards? No, I have 2 movement cards. Did Did I assign the types? Yes. Movement. Mm. But, let's see, did I do this wrong? What if I select the code manually? So, they're both attack codes. Okay, so this is a movement code. Let's select it manually. And now let us click here. And let's check if, yes, calculated the movements. So that means now if I click on here, moves. Oh, do I have to reselect the card each time? No, okay. That's an issue, but yeah. So let's click on this one and click on this one. Select that one and then select this. Okay. Well, we had something, but let's put some more debug messages. So here we'll do unit selected. And here we'll do no unit selected. Here we'll do new unit selected because I clicked on a different unit. Here I'll put out of range. Oops. I'll do attacking, and over here I'll do out of range and moving. Let's get rid of this. Okay, let's test it out. So if I click here, it should say no action selected. No unit selected. I click here, out of range. Why? It thinks there's a unit here. Like when I click here, it says new unit selected. So let's click on this, new unit selected. So now this one, yeah. Okay. And now I click on this, moving. Now it doesn't unselect after moving, that's the thing. So it still thinks this one's selected. So if I click on this, then back on this, now let's click on this, new unit selected, then back to this one. I get it. I get the issue. The issue is that I'm not reassigning this unit to the tile. See that I have unit on tile. So first thing I want to do is in the move, I'm going to position that tile, no, that on tile, set that to null. And then once this has been updated, position that on tile equals this. Yeah, so that should do it. Now the thing here is with unit on tile. This here, it's not supposed to work if you click on a, so let's see, how about I log unit on tile. Let's see if this is the issue here. See, when I click on this one, for some reason it thinks there's a unit. No, it's this one, right? Yeah. So let's click on this. Let's see. Why? Why does it have a unit on it? What? So what does this one have? No unit. Oh, are the units like... Oh, the units are offset. I'm putting them on the y-x instead of xy. Okay, hold on. Where do I create them? In player. Set up units. Okay, I see. So let's just invert these. Well, I could just do that, not invert these, and then increment the x value instead. But then I'll have to invert these. Let's see how the grid is created. Genitals xy, so it's vector right times y. So maybe this should be right times x and forward times y. Okay, let's see how that works. Oh no. Yeah. Okay. So now all I want to do is revert this. So that was fine. Oh, no, again. Okay, so let's see now. This one has the unit, just this one. Okay, so that's right. So if I click on this, It says unit selected and then immediately no unit selected. Why? It runs twice. Is it because of yeah, no, I have no idea why. So what we'll do is we'll do unit selected. Am I actually setting the is selected value at any point? Yeah, I'm doing it here and here. Okay. So now oh, that's why. Look at that. It's not actually unselecting it. It's just going through this twice. So let's put a return here just for the sake of. It's redundant, but just for the sake of the debug messages. Okay, let's test it out. As a move. Now we select this style. Click here. Select this one. Select it again. Let's code this. So now that we know all this works, let's remove the debug messages. And oops. And we want to do the build management and then the enemy movement. So enemy movement, I'm going to use the exact system. I'm going to simulate selecting a tile and simulate selecting another tile for moving to. Type active tone equals wrong thing. What is it? Unit type, and I got the wrong kind, so it's unit type. Okay, well that's not working out. It's controllers unit type. There we go. Tone count, and we'll just increment the tone count each time, just to see the total number of tones it took. No, I updated the theme. I don't remember which one it was. No, it's not here anymore. Ah, shoot, it's gone. Okay. I might have to restart either. Let's reopen the C# project. Okay. Let's see if that theme is loaded. Yes, here it is. It's this one, I think. Yep. And the color scheme. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just don't like that. That's fine. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a check on each frame. So see if it's the enemy's turn, and if it is, we'll simulate thinking time just because I don't want the enemy's turn to go like that. So I'll do it's playing pause if game dot if turn equals enemy. Actually, I'll just do if not enemy return. And now if not is playing return. I did that wrong again. So we set this to no. We'll do a play turn, and in play turn set coroutine play turn routine. So I'll do return new yield, wait 4 seconds, and we'll do a engine dot random dot range between 1 and 5 seconds, or 1 and 3 seconds. Oops. Should be a yield return new wait 4 seconds. So it waits for 1 to 3 seconds, and then see, the thing is, the enemy does not have cards. So maybe what I'll do is I'll use the player controller with the enemy as well. Yeah. And that one won't be controlled by the enemy, not by the player, but by the AI instead. So let's do public controllers.player enemy. Let's see how that one is set up. So the way that one's set up is I initialize it each time and then I assign it. So we'll do the same thing for the enemy. The difference being that I'll have to go update some of those controllers because they rely on the player controller, which technically shouldn't be that way, but game chat game. For example, here see we have player on select all cards. That's an issue because it should unselect the cards of whoever is active. So so what we'll do is check the active turn. Yeah, why not? So we do game instance active turn. No, that doesn't make sense. Hold on. Because the enemy won't have... Let me think about this. Okay, I know. This should be called on the player. So here we just have to check if card. So it checks if what you've clicked on is the card, and if it is, then we'll do unselect all cards, card.select, and then return. The only reason we don't do that here in the tile or unit is because when you click a tile, it's not always going to be a unit tile specifically. Oh, if it is a unit tile, it could be an enemy unit. Yeah, so I'll do that here. That's done. So this one is ready to be used by both enemies and players. So this here should be moved to game because these are game settings. So let's move these. All of these actually to game. This will also be game. Wait, so now the player, whether or not it's the enemy, they have their own units, their own cards. Yeah, okay. What do you guys think of this? Do you download this to download video? Hey, kitty. Let me just Okay. So let's see what we're doing now. The enemy AI. No, I was changing the controllers so that they don't rely on the player anymore. So let's see, game deck. Okay. So this one has just one. So this here is an issue. How do I handle this here? What I'm doing is I'm checking to see if there's a card selected. And that checks directly on the player manager. It shouldn't be the case. Maybe I can check. Yeah, maybe I can check if there's a card selected before even trying to select the tile. So all this here would be happening somewhere else. And that would be here. So we'll do if player.cards let's just do here's an issue. I have to pass that card over. Yep. So this should be a controller's card. And if no action selected, we skip. Otherwise, we pass that down into the talo unit. So, be simple. Okay, so I got the unit selection, get the tile selection, that no longer relies on the player. That's good. Perfect, perfect, perfect. So now what we do here is we select a random card. So we'll do for each in enemy cards. So what we have to do is we have to resolve the movement cards first, and then the action cards. So let's divide them up. Movement cards equals list. Let's just check this real quick. It's a list of cards, which is the controller. So we'll do new list card, and we just have to make sure that this is the controller's card, and this gotta include that. Ah, shoot, what did I do? This is action cards. So now we loop through each movement card. I'm getting tired. And we select it. Wait, does it? Hold on. I see. Then we wait between 3 and 5 seconds. Thing is, we can make it like extremely dumb, which would mean that it selects, say, a random unit, then moves it to a random position within the array of possible moves. But then you'd have things like your unit is here, you have an enemy unit like just here who could move by 1 and attack, but because of the randomness it just moves this unit. And that just seems like not only way too easy, but like there's no strategy. You can't plan because you don't know what the enemy might do. Maybe I should calculate the distance. Between each enemy and player unit, and if I find one that's near, that's the one I try to move. Yeah, that's a little difficult. Because then if that's the enemy I select, I have to make sure I'm also moving it in the right direction. I can check each player unit and compare the distance to each enemy. And then when I find, well, the opposite, I'll check each enemy unit and compare the distance between it and all the players. And once I select the enemy with the smallest distance between it and the player unit, I take the player unit that's targeted and take its position and reduce it by 1 in each direction. So like I increase the range and I check, then increase the range, check, and then when one of those points intersects with the array of possible moves on the enemy unit, that's where I move the unit to. Yeah. Target, find closest player unit. So this here, have it for, whoops. Welcome back. Fine so far. I'm working on the enemy AI, which is probably gonna be the most complicated aspect of this. Just because, like, I can easily just make it completely 100% random, where it just selects a random unit, a random action, moves it to a random place, but then it'll be not only too easy because the enemy is very dumb and might almost never actually attack the player, but also too difficult because the enemy is completely unpredictable, so you can't actually strategize. So I'm trying to put in at least some kind of basic enemy AI where the enemy will always try to move closer to the player, will always try to perform an attack if possible. So when you see there's an enemy near you, you know there's a high chance that it will move close enough to attack. Stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do it like as simplistic as I can, but like I think it'll still be like the biggest job to do for this game. But hey, don't worry too much about my game. Focus on your game. Because I want to be able to play that. So this will allow me to find the closest unit. But this is between all the enemy units and all the player units. So I have to return both the player and the enemy units. So first we add the closest player, the selected unit, which will be the enemy unit. And then we add the selected player unit. Oh, if this not null, I think using fire to fix the wings would be good. That will allow you, I mean, that only depends on, do you want the player to be able to pick up the wax and do something else with it. Because like, if you just have to pick up the wax and then run to fire to fix your wings, but there's no other mechanic, then it just feels like a man in the middle, like you're adding something to do that doesn't serve any real purpose, other than maybe challenge, like you have to find the fire and the fire is located in a challenging place each time. But if you want to, in terms of game mechanics, then it depends on if there's something else you can do with the wax. That's cool, what you've done so far. Hold on a second. Whoa. Just gonna switch this to, ooh. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, hold on. What? Oh, I'll get it. Oh, there isn't one. Did you claim one? I'll get one. All right. So what I've got here is I'm calculating the distance between the two units, and then what I want to do next is calculate each. Yeah, I don't need this. I just need to calculate the select tile to move to. So this should return a tile controller, and as parameters it should take the two units. This is going to be the enemy unit. This is going to be the player unit. And now I pretty much do the same thing, except this time, instead of looping through each enemy unit, I loop through each position of that enemy unit. So I do, before I do that, I have to do targets, enemy, and then I do select. This will make it not just select the unit style, but will also make it select the, calculate the possible moves. And now that way here I can loop through the possible moves. So that's, I think, in enemy unit dot possible moves. No. And then for closest selected tile, this is controllers.tile. So I guess I should do the same thing again, where I get the player position, but then also I want to get the tile position. So this is tile dot x, and then tile dot y, and then I calculate the distance between the tile position and the player position. And if the distance is larger than the closest distance so far, we skip. Otherwise, we assign the distance, and we assign the selected tile as this tile. Have we returned the tile? Well, let me check this. We set it to null by default. So now we've got the tile that was selected. If tile not equals null. Oh, sorry. If that, actually, yeah. So what's next? So we know which tile to move to, so now we simply tile.select. And oh, it takes the, what's the argument that it takes? The action selected. So it should be card. This one should also take card. Great. Then we do the same for attack cards. There we go, basic, super basic enemy AI. And then we wait for seconds once it's done. Actually, no, that'll happen here. Okay. Now we do game.instance. Advanced tool. Oof, okay, let's just put a debug here. the player should player's turn should advance after checking for selection. Actually, no. The card should be discarded when the action is performed, the card is discarded. Then we check how many cards are left. If only unit cards are left, it should automatically end the turn. So where do I do the move? Yeah, that's how it'll be. So so unit selected XY. Unit selected XY. Now if card dot action type equals movement, we do unit selected dot move to X and Y, and then return. If card action type equal attack, unit selected and we have to find the get tile at XY unit on tile. Take, no, what was it? Take damage. So we've got die here, take damage, health. Oh, we should. And now if health equals 0, die. And then we do the attack as well. And this is the only reason we have attack coordinates is so that the unit can rotate towards, so look towards XY. So this card damage should be yeah. So I have to add the range and I have to add the amount. Range and int amount. So if it's an attack, then the amount should come into play, otherwise just the range. And then the range calculation, calculate moves, the steps should be based on the range. So here what we'll do is we'll do action selected dot range, wait, dot card dot range, and the same thing here. Activate. What we do is get $add take damage card dot amount. Now there's one action for hopping, which forces you to move by 2. So what I want to do to calculate that is, I think I'll just do like a cheat where I'll just add a parameter, and if the parameter is true, we just remove all the possible moves that are on the first step. So this one here. So and skip. Yeah, so skip, and then we pass that to here. Uh-oh, I'm noticing an issue here. We're starting from the top and going down. Ah, shoot. Okay, hold on. That means if there's an obstacle, So for 2, and for 3, for 4. Yeah, look at that. So let's see, you're supposed to be able to do 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now this seems to be working, I guess. The one thing is, if this one was here, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2. Let's test it. Let's select that unit. With 5. Okay, let's do this one instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Oh, it's just because, okay, I understand. It's because you start at 0. Here we do skip -1. And actually, we do skip. Actually, I should do the same thing for depth, because doing -1 each time I just feel like it's extra for no reason. And now if skip is not 0, we don't add that tile. And skip. Same thing for this, we do skip. And then in the cloud activate, take damage, move. So the move, no, that's not it. In the tile, calculate moves. This is what I want. Steps and skip, and steps and depth. Okay. Now we'll calculate it. Oh, I mean, we'll test it. So I've noticed that this is inverted. And I think it's because of the XY thing, where I used X here and Y here. So maybe it should be no, because the let's check to see if these tiles actually have the units assigned to them. Guess it does. But see, this is inverted. Kind of annoying. Because it starts from 0. But here the 0 is down here, not up here. So maybe instead of forwards, I'll do back for the grid calculation. Doesn't matter. So let's see, there's an issue here. Enemy, oh, that's just because I don't have the prefab assigned, that's fine. So now let's try and calculate some moves. If I say skip 1, okay, so when I skip 2, it seems to be working. What? I know. I know what that is. It's because the movement that's happening here is 3 steps, right? So we've got 1, skip it, 2, skip it, and then from here I can go either here or here. So what I want to do is I want to actually add that tile to an array, but not to the possible moves array. So let's rework this a little bit so that possible moves uses 2 different checks. Possible move tiles. So now we check here. So see here, we added 2 possible moves. Whether or not it can actually be added. Actually, let's fix this up a bit. If skip 0, then add this. we assign the same player prefab, just like the player manager. Except, oh, I forgot to make the enemy hide in inspector. Okay. Nice, no error. Well, this is an issue. But okay, so that's just the enemy. That's the actual player. So we've got my units, just these ones. Okay. Not resetting this. Okay. Okay, so let's see. First we reset this. I'm calling it with skip set to 1. What the hell? Isn't this working? 1. Okay. The issue is that the 0 position isn't being added to the possible move tiles, and skip is being decremented being decremented because it counts the 0, 0 first, and then once we reach the 1s, it's already at 0. So here if I do skip +1, then it won't actually apply to the 0 tile. Okay. Now we're adding these 0, 0 possible move tiles. Okay, so hopefully this resets properly. Man, what? Oh, hold on. See, what's happening here is I'm adding it to the tile and then I'm checking if it doesn't already contain it. So what I should do is hold on a second. This should be done after. So if it's not already in there, we add it here, and then eventually we'll add it in there. Yeah, that should do it. How much time we got left? This is not right. Isn't that timer working? One day and 12 hours. Let's whatever. Let's test this. So close. So close. This one should not be here. I think I know what that is. because it's checking this one first. So therefore, well, it checks this one first and skips it. Then it checks that one, which goes to here, which leads to these two, and then to here, which leads to these three, then to here, which leads to these three, but this one doesn't exist. And then it checks this one. How do I make a check all four before branching out? Actually, maybe there's a simpler approach. Maybe I check if it's already in that and skip is not equal to 0. Remove, no, hold on. Index of new tile. Maybe instead of doing 2 checks, I just do 1. If skip, then we do this. Else, then we do this. No, we're not checking 2 ifs if we go in that. Fuck it, I don't know. Doesn't matter. The issue here is, what if it happens backwards? Well, we'll just test it and see. So let's skip 1 and go 3 steps. Nice. So now if we skip 1 and go 2 steps, oh, perfect. So let's say 3, but skip 2 steps. Oh man, that's perfect. Now, obviously, if the steps are even or the skip is larger than the steps, then it won't do anything, but this is nice. My one concern is if there's an obstacle here, these ones won't work, but there's a hop, and I want the hop to allow you to go above obstacles. So should the skip, the skip should count as hops. hold on. This one has does it have the unit object assigned to it? No, it has the colored object. So the unit type is, if it's flying, if it's not flying, then we skip the obstacle altogether. If it is flying, we want to be able to continue calculating, but just not include this specific tile. Skip this tile. So here what we do is, if not skip this tile, is jump false. If is jump is true, we skip this. We have to pass the is jump to here. And now is jump. Once again, we include that here if it's a if it's an action. So I can use that for, like, if it's attacks that are not like straight but instead go like this, like throwing a grenade or something. Let's test it out. Hey, kitty. Hold on. Be right back. just had to feed the cat. Let's say we move 6 steps. That leads us to here, right? So now let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's say you move 6, but you skip 5. If it is jumping, I guess this would be an easier example. So let's go with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So if we're moving 4, but we're skipping 3, they shouldn't be able to reach here, right? So let's see. Yeah. But if we're jumping, then they should be able to reach there. And that's not working. One, two, three. This one is an obstacle, so we skip it. But is jumping is true, so we don't skip it. We actually continue. So what did I do wrong? If we do is obstacle and then not is jump. No, that's not right. If this is an obstacle, if is jump or card type is an air unit, then we skip this tile, but we continue. Else we stop entirely. So let's see. We have a skip this tile here. Unit on tile, not null, return. That's the issue. So this here, we have to consider it like an obstacle, just like that. We do the exact same thing. So if there's a unit on this tile, but we're jumping, we skip this tile, and then we continue calculating. So if skip is 0 and we're not skipping this tile, we add it. So now this one, if it's moving 4 tiles but it's jumping, then it's doing 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't make sense. Maybe when you do a jump, it's only in straight lines. Yeah, I'll have to add that as a separate feature. Because here what's happening is 1, 2, that's a skip. then we add it. And that's what I was talking about, doing it in reverse. Because if I call this one and I do the exact same thing, this one should be blue if this one is blue, but it won't be. Oh, it is. Yeah, then I don't know. Anyway, so the test here is to see if I set this to jump, should be able to reach this style here. The one issue is when I actually start animating the movement, I want to be able to like twist and turn around things. But right now I'm only storing all the possible destinations, but not how you get there. So I think I'm gonna have to add those destinations as paths. Oh boy, okay. Let's see. So oh boy, how do I even do this? So I'll do possible paths. Instead of it being a list of tiles, it's a dictionary that contains a tile, which is the destination, and then a list of tiles, which is the path. One thing is that I don't know what the destination is until I've done calculating everything. I could just create lists of tiles and then retroactively update the dictionary. Yeah, that's how I'll do it. So let's do it's gonna be a list of tiles. Oh, this is messy. I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this return. Make this return the tiles. Oh, I see the issue. The issue is it branches into 4 directions. Oh my god. How do I even do this? So if I do possible paths, path range, this. Let's see. No. No, 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 no. That's not the right approach. Okay, let's see. What if I pass the previous tile? I pass it down. Yeah, that might be it. Yes, okay. So what happens? What happens next? So we've passed the previous style over. Maybe this returns a list of tiles, and that list of tiles contains every previous tile up to that point. Previous tiles. So now what we'll do is, if previous tiles is null, tiles equals new list tile. And then we return that down. Yes, there we go. So we're adding the new tiles to it, and then we're doing add range. Hold on a minute. This is an issue. I was so close. Let's see. This might do. Okay. So let me explore that. What we have so far is if we go from tile 0, 0 to 1, 0, we pass over 0, 0, and then Then we return a list that contains only 0, 0. And we pass over 0, 0 to the next one. Then the next one will return a list that contains 0, 0. And a list that and 1, 0. And then we pass that over to the next one as well. So next one will have a list that contains 0, 0 and 1, 0, and will return a list that contains all three values so far. Now, what's also happening is zero, 0 and 1, 0 is being added to the possible paths. Yep. Then 0, 0, 0, 1, and 0, 0, and minus 1, 0, and then 0, 0, and 0, minus 1. And then it also adds 8 more. Wow. How do I get the last item? Is it just find last, really? No, it's something index, find index. Find index. No. List get last element. Oh yeah. Sorry. Start count minus 1. And then we add the list itself. And now let's print that out and see what that looks like. For values. So we'll do Gizmo's call line. It's from to, right? Yeah. Actually, I'll do a 4. And plus I. Yeah. So from is vector 3. Tiles I minus 1. X, then 0.15 I1. I mean IY. And then 2 is this. And just for aesthetic, let's try sphere. At the 2. And give it a radius of 0.2, maybe 0.1. I'm out of tea. So if we do 2 steps, it's drawing it below. Hold on. I want it to be 1.15. Okay, so looks like it's adding duplicates in there, and that makes sense because some destinations are the same but with different paths. So what we'll do is we'll just take the first one and ignore the second one. Hold on, we have to make sure that the paths are only the ones you can actually go to. So instead of just doing this, we'll do destination equals this if possible moves contains destination and possible path destinations that he contains key does not contain key destination So now not only will it not include duplicates, but it will only, because I wasn't considering like when you jump or skip. Oh, that's interesting. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Why is there a line here? Okay. What? Let's add a handle on top of the lines to see if the path we're taking is the same one. I know it's handles something something, but maybe handles add label. Okay, so it's handles dot label. So Unity editor dot handles dot label. The label takes position, then text. 2 plus vector 3 dot up times 0.2. Maybe I should put it in between. Yeah, let's put it in between. So let's do from -2. So it'll be on top of the actual path. So if we do 1, 2, oh damn, the paths are all offset. Also, they all say path 2. I don't understand what's happening here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I think it's going like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. For some reason. Yeah, I don't know. So if we skip 1, so this should be 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I do 4 and skip 3, wow, that's insane. because I'm not resetting the dictionary. I'm just appending to it. Let's jump. Yeah, I'm just appending to it. And it doesn't even reach here. Okay. See what I'm doing. Here, calculate move. I'm resetting these, but not those. There we go. Now we reset these, then we calculate step, and this maybe I'll move that to calculate paths, but whatever. Let's say 2. Darn it. What is this? This should be from plus 2 divided by 2. No, that's not right. Hello. Let's see. Oh, that's what it is. So if I do 5 plus minus 5 divided by 2. That's 4. Yeah, okay. 2 plus, so this should be 2 plus 1 minus 2 divided by 2. Yeah, that looks right. Let's see what the issue here is. I'm just gonna get some water. Okay, let's see if this lights out what the paths are. So this is path 1. And then that one here is also path 1 for some reason. That doesn't make sense. Am I not doing the index right? This will help me see exactly what the paths are. That's probably the issue, is that the paths being added are not right. Okay. here are the paths we've got. We've got 0, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 4. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3. So 0, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3. That for some reason it's also adding 1, 2, and 1, 4 in it. And they're all the exact same actually. What? No. Oh, man, what? So I'm doing possible paths add. And I return the previous styles. So let's do destination.x. Okay. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Previous styles is not being set, is it? Here it's creating a new list. And then I'm adding the tile to it. It's not already in there. And then I pass it down. So at that point they all have 0, 0. So the next one gets called and it's got 1, -1, or I don't know, like -1, 0. Skips this. Adds the tile. And then depth is now 0, so we return it. So this here is an issue, because what it's doing is it's adding the same paths every time. 0, 3, 1, 3. So what it should have added was 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 3, 1, 3, 0, 3, 0, 2, and then 0, 3, and the non-existent space. Or just, there should have been 3 different paths. Oh no, 4 I guess, but this one would just be 0, 3. Oh, hold on, is it because C# list fast as opens? Sure. Let's use an extension method. Um, um, this is a list, isn't it? Clone should work. Hold on. Should it just be extensions? Is that why? Hmm. Oh. Hold on. This is iClonable. this. Let's see if there's an easier way to do this. How? What's happening? What the fuck? Sure. And now here. What is the issue? There we go. I don't know what this is. But I guess it doesn't matter because it's working. Oh no, I do have to look into this. Okay. But hey, look at this. So now if we skip one, skip two, we jump. Move two, but skip one. Move two, skip one, but jump. Move three. Move three, but skip one. Move three, but skip one, and jump. Move three, but skip two. Move three, skip two, and jump. Move four, don't skip any. This is an issue. Why is it adding diagonal? Thank you. So now it's calculating all the proper paths. And it's jumping diagonally, which it shouldn't be doing, but I'll let it pass. Because now if I disable the is jump, then yeah, it goes like this. Yeah. This should be 1, 2, 3, then skip. Then plot, but instead it's doing 1, 2. Why is it skipping this one? So this is 2, 1. So let's look for 2, 1. 2, 1. Two ones here, and it seems to be doing 0, 3, 1, 3, then 2, 2, then 2, 1. Why? So random. It's a feature. Yeah, that was totally intentional, like going diagonal. So close. So close. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm not including that tile because it was already included on a different path. But I don't want to check that if it's for the, like, I want to check that for destinations, but not for paths. So this should always be added no matter what. I think that's it. Ooh, let's see it. $35 or so hours. I'm definitely gonna have to sleep. Like, so let's say, what was that jam? What is it? Wowie. Here, so let's say I sleep from midnight to 9. That's 9 hours. So I still have 1 day and 2 hours technically. So 28 hours of work. Yeah, I think I can do that. So 2, 3, okay, so good so far. So if we're jumping, it includes those, okay. Now if we're skipping one, okay, if we're skipping one and we're jumping, good. If we're skipping two, and we're jumping, okay, okay. Moving four, but we're jumping. No diagonals so far. Moving four, skipping one. Moving four, skipping one, but jumping. Okay. Moving four, skipping two. Nice. Moving four, skipping two, but jumping. Okay. Moving four, skipping three. Moving four, skipping three, but jumping. Oh my god. What was that, like 4 hours of work? I got it though. Great. You know, using just the reason I did this manually was because I did not feel like implementing an A-star pathfinding system. And I thought it's just a simple grid. Doing like 4 loops will be a lot simpler than implementing an A-star pathfinding system. And I think that ended up taking more time than it would have if I just downloaded an A-star asset and just plugged that in. You live and you learn though, right? Okay. So now let's do movement. So we've got this. Now that we know the actual path, we can animate down the path. So we'll use do-tween. We'll create the sequence. And then we'll loop through the tiles in possible paths where the destination is this one. Yeah, so how's the progress on your game going? Do you have anything new you can post on the Discord so I can see? What was it? Add, append. Yeah, it was append. So we want to append a do jump. The end value I want is the tiles path. Endpoint. Whoops. Tile.x transform.position .y and then tile.y. And then instead of doing this every time, we'll just do y position. And we'll just set the y position here. I don't know, 1. Number of jumps, 1. Duration, 0.5. That might be a little too fast, but we'll see. Set ease dot in out quad. Okay, so what's the issue with this? All right, cool. Really, you have to do this? Whatever. What? I'm including it here. DG dot tweening dot do tween. The autocomplete seems to have an issue. Is it? Oh, it's because of the new, isn't it? I forgot this is static. Okay. And in the tile here, there's an issue while I'm doing new. I see the issue. I don't want to do that. That's the thing. So could I just okay. So let's select the move card. And now we click on one. So if I click on this, forgot to set the cards. So gun would be 2, move would be 1. Let's do a sprint, which would be 3. But you skip 1. Then we do jump, which is 2, but you skip 1, but you're jumping over. Long jump is 3, but you're skipping 2. And the hop is you're going 2, you skip 1, but you're technically not jumping, so that means you can't go over obstacles. And now we add all of these to the deck. Move this here, run this here, sprint. Okay. Unit has just basic. Okay. Yeah. Oh man. That's awesome. Yeah, really cool. Okay, so let's select a sprint card, for example. Then we click on this one. And just to verify, let's click on that one. There we go. Now I can't move here, but I can move here. Oh, look at that. Oh man. Okay. Oh, that's great. That's fantastic. Let's click on this one and let's move it here. Okay, so the first hop shouldn't be included, but let's capture this. Let's go post that here. Yeah, thanks. This is some good progress. So now that that's done, I have to do the actual card selection. Finish up the enemy AI. So let's see, for the AI. Actually, I think I've pretty much done it all. I just haven't tested it yet. So let's update this. Let's imagine that's done. Unit movement is done. Jumps are done. Attacking is done. So there's just debuffs and special moves and special attacks that are not done. Now I gotta do the turn management. So, and the actual card selection. So I guess for the card selection, that would be the UI stuff. Okay, let's get started on that. So I already have the deck selecting cards. So what I want to do is I want to pass those cards along to here and tell it to like display them. Should I just instantiate the new card prefab and yeah, okay. Let's see. I got the draw card. And this here. What's calling this? Okay, the player. So the thing is, the enemy AI uses the same controller as the player, just two separate instances. So what I want to do is, when the card is drawn, if it's for the player, it should update the UI, but otherwise it should ignore the UI. So how would I do that? I can check the active turn when buying cards. Yeah. Active turn equals player. Let's batch them, so like that. And there should be a list of card. Okay. Just gotta make sure that, yeah, we're not passing the right kind of card. This should be a object, not a now each card has a texture assigned to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have I already have a card prefab associated to the deck, but instead, since it's going to be UI, let's remove that. And let's add that here instead and make that serialized field. And here I've been instantiating cards. Yeah. that's an issue. And let's see. Blue wax pieces will trigger that plate. As always, I can put the script on anything, same with the breakable platform. Okay. Okay, I see. So now what's happening here is you're dropping from a high enough distance to break the platform. Cool. Okay, so what do I do about this? What do I do about this? I could just make them physical objects instead of UI objects. That might actually make it easier, because then I can do like 3D animations. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to making it 3D. Just the one thing though is that this should not be handled by a player. There's got to be a way to add the cards to do that, and I think I'm gonna have to change this whole slot index system. Oh, hold on. I missed what you said. You can set break speed as needed. Fires an event that can trigger the break. Or other things I needed to do. Good, you're using events. Good job. Same with the weight plate. I can drop wax on it or walk on it. Triggers after weight is removed. Oh, de-triggers here. I can now also gather the wax back to fix the wings. Just cannot show on the clip as it does not allow for that much time. Okay, that's cool. And also, thank you for the follow. Hmm. Yeah. Well, that's nice. It's nice. Um, yeah, I guess. I mean, even if I've got no views, um, I'm describing what I'm doing most of the time just because I use this footage for the devlog videos I make. So I just need to know like what I was doing at what time. So it's nice that I'm not just talking to myself, but there's actually like someone, otherwise I'll be driving myself mad. Okay, so I was saying I was gonna change the slot index system here. I don't know. Shoot, I don't know like how I'm gonna handle that. Because like there's a lot of things that use these. I go like find usages. Yeah, it's used a couple different places. I guess not too many, but still a pretty decent amount of places. So let's say I replace card with just the objects. Objects.card. So the first thing we do is active turn equals player. So if it's the player's turn, we create the actual card object on the screen. But we want the position to be, I don't know, like on the x-axis, it should be the slot, the cards.count. Times 2. Then the y should be 0. And the z, let's move that to -5. Just whatever random numbers, I guess, and I'll see how it looks. Okay, so now let's see all the broken things that happened because of this change. First off, the deck. Okay, this isn't, whoops. Oh, this isn't actually used, so that's fine. Next, enemy. Okay. So this can be objects instead. And now this is fixed. Ah, see, there's the first issue. We can't set that card to being selected. Okay. All that does is set it to being selected. So maybe instead of handling that here, we handle that directly on the player. We do public objects card selected card. And here we do a public void select card. And let's just do a check real quick if cards contains card. Can't select a card that we don't own. And also there's a couple other checks to do. There's the unit type and there's the unselect all. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna choose that. No, that won't do. Okay. And this is replacing the actively selected card, so I don't need to deselect anything. So let's maybe I will have to create the enemy prefabs just because I need to access this method and the events associated with them. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue. So over here we'll do enemy dot select card. So let's go change this. This should take a card object instead. Okay, so I just have this issue here. So this select is the unit select, and position is the tile select. Okay, so I'll have to figure out how to handle this activation. Maybe I don't need to make this a mono behavior, and I can just create it as models or as non-mono behavior controllers. All this stuff works, right? Okay, getting somewhere. So maybe the Okay, so this is cards is going to be card controllers, and I'm going to put card by itself. And what I'll do is, I'll assign an optional prefab or game object. So we always generate the card model when calling a card, but we only create a physical object if it's the player. Let's do it this way. We do slot index equals cards.count. Oops. Card equals card. And then if all this, then we'll do new card dot prefab equals card prefab. Then we add card controllers. We add the new card to it. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah, I think that might. Hold on. It should be a dictionary instead. Yep. And we add the card that way. I can reference it here by doing card model. Oops, I mean card controller equals shoot, so close. Maybe I can do that directly through the deck manager. Right? Hold on, let's give this a try. Public void activate card, and this should be the object. Yeah. Okay, let's remove unit. And then it should also take int x and int y. Okay, so if card is this, unit selected, this here is an issue, so we will just pass that here, so that'll be unit okay. Then on the grid, my god. Oh. Oh, I see. So this should work, I guess. So now the issue is with the activate, right? No. This, what's this? Unit controller. Because of this. Okay. Let's just put a question mark here. What? Oh, it's because I'm assigning a value. Okay. Let's just do if this not null. Keep the code happy. So this, instead of card.select, what we're doing now is deck.instance.select. No? What are we doing? This here we're doing, yes, managers.deck.instance.activate. Then we're passing down the action selected, the unit selected, the X and the Y. And then same thing here. Let's just replace this. And hold on. There we go. So card select. This is enemy, right? So we'll do enemy dot select card, then card. Okay, and finally for the player, we've got a couple issues here. So instead of is selected, we'll do player dot card controllers, and then we get the one that has P code as the key selected. And this has to be objects.code instead. And this here now. We have the physical card, but the physical card doesn't have any controllers or anything associated to it. So how do we handle that? How do we handle that? This here is completely pointless, so let's remove that. So, oh, yes, we can loop through each of the player's card controllers. And then if the card all the keys technically, if the card is equal to the card prefab, hold on, what am I doing wrong here? Card controllers, not keys, values. Prefab is equal to, oh, that's the issue, hold on, this should be card controller. Okay. Yeah, prefab is card, player select card and pass the card down to it, and then and now we can't check for this. But what we can check for is if the hit collider compare tag shoot. How do we do this? How do we do this? I could use the layers, I guess. Yeah, okay, let's use the layers. Hit.collider game object object layer equals name to layer card. And instead here what we'll do is, this is value.prefab, no, value.prefab, and then here we'll do card controller.key. Okay, almost there. So now here, setup units, all the cards will check the card type directly. And the unit card, let's see how is that used here, card, discard. So maybe this can just be the card object. So we'll change this, maybe when the unit dies, it delegates an event, and the player listens for that and discards the associated card controller. This here is a bad idea, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do if what? Oh, seriously? Okay. Let's go with that. And what we do here is enemy dot player type equals enemy, and then same thing for the player, except here we'll assign yeah, that's much better. And now we'll add a delegate event here for the unit dying. So we'll call it onDeath delegate, and we'll pass the associated card. and down here in the dev, we'll invoke it and we'll pass the card. And then the player enemy not enemy, it's unit death delegate plus equal discard card. Oh, hold on. This takes an index. Okay. Shoot. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll assign a player type as well, just to make sure we don't discard both the enemy and the player's cards. So type if type not equal player type. This will be objects.unit. Type. No. Hold on, I got the wrong thing here. Unit type. Oh, it's not objects. In fact, yeah, okay. Here we do invoke, and we pass the slot index and the okay. I see that the cards are not associated to. Okay. So here instead of this, do slot index and then unit type, and we'll check the death delegate. So card dot I don't have the slot index. Do I? No. Okay. Maybe this should be a card. think that's just how it's gonna have to be. Because now I have access to the slot index and I have access to the type. I don't need this here anymore. Oh, hold on. Hold on, I do need this. I'm not in the right place. It's the card that doesn't need the unit type anymore. I believe. No, it does. The discard. So now when the card is created here, I have to assign the type. So let's play the type. I have just one error here. This card is this. So what I want to do is on a layer dot card controllers card, and then if position not equals null, okay. Just one thing, when it's animated to move, I want to remove the first step, just because it's bouncing like on the spot. Or maybe on the first jump, it rotates towards the direction. It's not already facing that direction. Now that can be done in one go. So what we'll do is we'll index and add the index. So if index is 0, just continue, and then if index is 1, add a join sequence, and that's going to be transformed to rotate. Now let's do a look at. And we want to get the look at endpoint. Actually, that should happen on every turn. Right, yeah. So remove this here, because like it's gonna hop and then it'll turn and hop in a different direction. Let's do look at 75. Actually, the rotation should happen faster. Oh. Okay. Let's run some tests. Okay, so already we've got issues. So this is a card. Let's do it. Yeah, sure. Sure, I forgot to sign some prefab somewhere. Yeah, here we go. So what's the issue here? Layer line 75, okay. Okay. Draw cards, this should be list of cards. This is the object, okay. So what's the issue? Okay. What does this say? An item with the same key has already been added. Oh. Where did it means you can't have duplicates. Crap. Crap. Okay. Okay. That is fine. I will use the slot index instead. Let's just put an int here. An integer here. tired. I think I'll just go for 1 more hour and then wrap it up. This is new card dot slot index. No, it work. So I access this in a bunch of different places. Don't I? Hold on, let's see. Net card, player card, controllers, card. Okay, hold on. I have the card here on the player cards. But the slot index is stored separately. Unless I also give this. Unless I also give this a slot index. Cards dot values contains maybe it's just contains value. Yeah, okay. Then here cards move yeah, might do it. So this here is just the values. And then this here, what I'm looping through is card value or value. Yep. Here we go. Couple more issues. Let's see. We've got this here card controller key. And then here, there should be player card dot key because they share the same key. Then action selected, should be value. Is that it? Let's find usages for this one. Only one place. No, also here in the enemy. Okay, that's fine. Nice. Now let's see. Did the cards actually spawn somewhere? Yeah, here they are. They shouldn't. Okay. That's fine. So let's rotate all of them by 20 here. Now they're not really accessible, so let's just move them. Just for the sake of being able to do this. And I'll adjust them later. So now if I click on, let's see. On this one, then that one, then here. Doesn't do anything. Click on this one, and that one. Oh, I know why. Because the cards don't have the card layer. And also they should be selectable. Just like tile, just like unit. Yeah. So let's take all these cards. Oops. And let's move them just so I can click them. Yeah. Click this. Let's see. I'm gonna add a debug just to see if cards are actually being selected here. So if I do bar dot string, no, that's not right. No? Okay. I guess just like this. And I'll also... Oh no, that's fine. Okay, let's see it in action. Let's move these again. This one's movement. Now we select its tile, then this here. No, here, no. Yeah. Let's see. Tile select. Let's just do a debug. Just to see if this is actually doing something. And we'll also do the activate action. Hello.
How's it going?
It's going okay. I've had to do a bunch of refactoring. But yeah, not too bad so far.
Assuming Kitty's fed?
Hmm?
Assuming Kitty's fed?
Yes, I've fed her.
She looks fed.
Mm.
Kitty. 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 Oh my god.
Activated.
You look so cool.
Out.
Yeah. Let's go. Come on, take you. I think I'm gonna take you. Come on. See you where to come. Let's go. This way. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's just a random space background. I don't know if we'll actually be leaving that for the game. But I just didn't like the default Unity background, that's all. So now, yeah, the tiles aren't being selected anymore. Ah, shoot, why is that? Let's see, so if I go here, I go to this might be why. So instead of checking all this, I can just do if player selected card not equals null. I mean, if it is equals null, and then we just pass that down like that. Okay. So this one's movement. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, so it selected the tile. Now select the tile. Oh, there we go. Jumping maybe can be minimized, but yeah, so now I can actually select a card, then select a unit, and then select where I want it to go. So if we take a look at the player's deck, oh, that's not printed here. That's okay. Okay, so now let's create a parent. Card parent, no, card container. So I want to move this down by 2 and then by 2, and I want it to be above the tiles, so I'll do 2. And I want this to be rotated because right now it's like this, so I want it to be rotated on the y-axis by 45. Hold on, let's check the local. Yeah. And now I'll add a container to the deck manager, so card container, and then in the player when we instantiate okay, so Union Euler XYZ, right? So and then we reset the position, local position to 0. So let's just set this to vector 3.0. Yeah. In fact, instead of using this, I think it might be better to use the actual slot count. Now we assign that card container to the deck. Okay. Okay, well, not quite. What? Okay, hold on. Local rotation equals this. Now what's the issue with this? So X, why is it moving downwards? You know what? Screw it. Instead of this, it's managers.tag.sense.max. Oh, there. No, it's in the game settings. Max codes on screen. Then we take this. Oh, hold on. Okay. -2, -4, -6. So I've got -0, 0. And then oh, I see. What the hell am I doing? We'll just get this thing and we'll offset it by oops. No, stop. Let's just set the offset position. So that's x minus game max code on screen divided by 2, and then y set. Okay, well, let's see how that looks. Okay, so we've got something. They're not on screen because they're too far. And also, I don't think it's offset properly here. And I know why. It's because I did not multiply the offset by 2. So that's fine. So let's just move it until we see where the right kind of position would be. Okay. So clearly, okay. Right. So maybe what we want to do is change the camera's FOV. It's just that now I have to like move it in closer to the scene. And the cards can move around to like here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they're not centered, but I'll adjust that in the code. Yeah. Maybe there's a better way of displaying them. Yeah, how's that? So 0, 2, and then minus, whoops, minus 5. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So let's copy this. Actually, I'll just memorize this minus 5 and 2 because I want to copy this instead. One thing is that this is quite small. I don't know how I feel about it. Like, I want to be able to really see. Maybe if I have more of a, slightly more of a top-down perspective. I'm like here, and then minus 3, no, minus 2, minus 2. What do I do about this? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. So minus 1.3, and then 6.5. Yeah, okay. So let's copy this component, and then let's move the cards to be too farther below. Yeah, like so. This is -3, -4, -3, -4, and then -4.5, and then 2.5. Is that centered? I think so. Yeah. Okay. So now let's undo this, all of this actually. Darn it. Why are they? Oh, that's 4.5 and then 2.5, not minus 2.5. Okay, that's fine. Now we select this one, select that one, click on this. So both of these are sprint cards. Am I getting this every time? Select card, debug log, code type, and then when I activate the card right here, so gonna discard it. So what we'll do is, for now, I'll just do I can make it slide up. I'll just make it slide down. That. No, it's destroy. Oh, can't do that because that's not a mono behavior. But I can do this. What's the issue? Oh. Okay. So now discard card gets called. If the type is not the player type, we ignore it. Otherwise, we'll remove it from the card, but we also want to remove card controllers. Yeah. And then at the beginning of the turn, this is what we want to call. So if it's the enemy, we do enemy dot instance dot enemy dot begin turn. Otherwise, we do player dot instance dot player dot begin turn. Also, no actions left equals false. Oh no, equals true, and then loop for each card in cards if card type value dot the type equals action, It will say no actions left equals false, and we break out of this. So now, based on this, if there are no actions left, we do we do end turn. So how do we do that? We do managers dot game dot instance dot advanced turn. And actually, I want to add a line renderer on every unit and have that renderer update to match the tile I'm hovering over. Yeah, that might be cool. How do I pull that off? Is destination a tile? Yep. Okay, so we do destination dot game object. And then we move those tiles up. Well, maybe we'd be better off moving all the tiles down except those ones. But for now, do move Y. 0.5. Set relative to set delay. Let's remove all this debug stuff. And this, let's add, oh, One thing is I'm gonna have to undo this. Before resetting it, so if count not equals 0, I just have to do that for each path in. No delay, just move them all back down immediately. Actually, move them down to 0 and 1 without being relative. So if they're actually already there, then they'll already be there. One thing is I want to kill the previously existing tweens just in case. So we'll do kill, and then this right. Split. I'm always getting the sprint code, that's weird. Oh, look at that, all lifting up. They're taking a long time to do so, but I think I know why. Because the index is being incremented every time. So it should just be incremented here when we actually do a position, and set the delay to something even smaller. Let's set the card container to the right place. And let me check the deck. So I'm always getting sprint. That's the theory. Actually, I think I'm gonna head to bed for the night because it's midnight, and just rest up so I can get started early tomorrow. So I'm just gonna test this and then I'm done. So have a good dinner, and I'll look forward to seeing your game tomorrow. Not quite. We do jump. Yeah, this can definitely be better. stuff, it goes up by way too much. Thanks, you too. I think all this can be moved to reset moves. Okay, so that's here. Let's reduce the amount of jump. Maybe this much. Let's speed it up just a bit. Also, when you attack, should also reset. Whoops, reset moves, and it should do a what is it? Should do this. Jump isn't good anymore. I'll have to fix that. Yeah, okay, hold on. Move, let's see. Because it's moving too fast. I think that's the case. So I guess just oh, also if the movement is a jump, has to hop over the... It has to hop over the empty tiles with the start tiles that it's skipping. I didn't account for that. So here, instead of adding the whole list, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? There we go. Come on. Uh, okay. Well, that's not working. Hold on, unit. The hell? Oh, because the possible moves is only the destination. Shoot. So maybe I should fix this at the root. Fix it at the root, okay. So here, if skip this tile, we don't add it. Okay, I think maybe that might work. I'm gonna generate a path manually just to see if I select this one. Create 4, 3 is jumping. Oh, nice. Nice, that works. So, essentially, if there's an obstacle that I can jump over, it doesn't stop here, it just goes like that in one go. So let's test this out. Oh, they're both attacks. So here, I want to get the card that you clicked on. How does he slide to one and then jump over the other? That's so odd. I want to see why it's not discarding when I right click on. Oh, that's why. Oh, I see. I've removed the selectable layer. Nice. See, it doesn't get discarded after the movement is done. Oh, okay, hold on. I have this here. So move. I do card dot. That's the thing, this card here is no longer manually, is no longer called, because it goes through the deck instead. Okay. How about we swap that out then? This one here, instead of doing deck instance, maybe I can podcast an event saying it's been activated, and then the players will listen for it. Okay, so I have the if game instance active code equals player. Oh, hi. That uses the slot index. Oh boy, that's messy. Okay. All right. I know why the sliding is happening because of the do tween kill that's happening on the path when resetting. So let's also when you discard the card, just want to make sure that the player's selected card is not the same as Where is reset moves? Let's make that public. I can also reset. Now let's test this. Like what happens if you select a card, select a unit, and then discard the card. Okay. The one issue here is that sliding is still happening, and I'm not sure why. It's random. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, I think that was a very productive day. Let me just check the actions I've got here. The management still being handled. Yep. Alright, well. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully I'll be back earlier in the morning tomorrow this time, rather than starting at like noon or 1. I'm gonna try and aim for 9, just so I get a full day of work. That way I can take a nap and then continue working early in the morning. Right before submission time. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and have a good night.